folks. One moment. There you go. For the stream, I'm gonna focus on obtaining a few things in the PvE. I think might do a little bit of invasions, but I'm still looking for ways to trivialize the Melania fight, and I figured I might as well give the Ogre Cheese a go, because I haven't tried that as of yet. Let's see. So we need... Oh, we don't need... There's a few other things I want to pick up as well, apart from Oga. Like the Opaline Hard Tier. I didn't bother getting it before, but in Invasions, 3 minutes of effectively 10% more health seems a lot more valuable than boosting holy damage, which doesn't work currently because it's bugged. Especially on this character, because our health is so low from the get-go. This should do the trick. And this should go over here. Yeah, looks like we're good. Let's see. Of course. We could go grab that, but I think first we're going to take care of the Guardian. Sorry, the Avatar. Using the power of Fire Lord Ozai. Yeah. It's always raining around here. Not a huge issue. Do I have the right one on? Looks like it. We might also go farm the Nox Monk headpiece. I think that's supposed to work really well with the knight sets, because it covers up the shield, so it might be a decent cosplay option. Everything. Oh, that's right. And I forgot I can turn on the chat. Hopefully not crash the game while I'm at it. Okay. Did I already take care of it? Nope, doesn't look like it. Now where's Dung Eater? There he is. Not sure if that was worth it, but let's make sure to not get hit by any of those projectiles. There we go. And that's the power of Blackfire. Even in the rain. It absolutely demolishes all the tree spears, tree sentinels, whatever have you. Absolutely love it. Now let's go use these souls on something. I don't know. Lightning bolts maybe. We'll just get everything from there. We get bullets or something. Right. Building shop 2. Oh. Do I have any? No. Guess we can go for frost. And more stones. So this is going to be a not fun fight against a tree spirit, I believe. Putrid tree spirit, so we can't even affect it with anything that's not fire. Volcano pot should be pretty good, actually. Although I'm not sure if I'm gonna bother. But I have been told by chat, various people in chat, that a lot of these guardians can be soloed using volcano pots, which is nice for you people who do not wish to invest in faith or do not wish to get a faith setup. I still think, if you're just doing the PvE, you can set up your flask with no hassle to cast Black Flame. Flask, well, for some characters it's going to be flask plus a helmet or something, but I think it's very worth it. A bloody mist in this arena, that's kind of unusual. I think it's nice. But the whole deal with Oga is, for if anyone doesn't know, Melania has trouble dodging projectiles when you're facing away from her. And so the idea is to abuse that fact by letting an NPC do dirty work. Uh-oh, what's going on here? It won't let me in. I don't know what's going on here. It just hasn't loaded in. Yeah, it's just a gorgeous scenery though. Ah, there we go. Look at that. If there ever was a game where, well, check that. I was gonna say though, if there ever was a game where every frame, not every frame, but like just about anywhere you could go is just an absolutely gorgeous scene, it's this one. No doubt about it. We will be accosted by imps here. I believe. Maybe not. I basically want to sprint through this whole dungeon. If I can only remember which way I'm supposed to go. I think it's up there. Unless it's down. No, that's the boss room. Boss door. Okay, I rolled. here? Oh. Let's take care of these unfortunate creatures. I'm starting to think this is not the way. I think this may be the way. It is. Alright, here we go. Hopefully you don't mess this up, but it shouldn't be too hard. Since we've got the... okay, this is a very narrow corridor. That's manageable. Watch out for that slam. Oof. Speaking of. Oh, great, and a bleed. Nah, not quite. A bleed proc actually went off from Dung Eater there. It might be worth going for bleed procs actually. Oopsie whoopsie. Shall we go for bleed? We can just get rid of the Flame Art Misericord, and you might be thinking, why don't we use it? But honestly, it shouldn't be that necessary. Eat another crab when we get to the bottom. an auspicious start. Crab up again. But yeah, I forget that he can be grabbed. Oy vey. I didn't think it'd reach that far. A sneaky one right behind us. Oh, this is embarrassing. But I guess it's an unfortunate truth that this one's strong enough to one-shot pretty easily. At least without an additional talisman that we don't really want to use for the sake of our damage. We could swap over to blood flies if we really wanted to. That would give us a little bonus protection, although probably not against the explosion attack. Also, game's freezing. Wouldn't do that. Should have dodged that. Onto this. Okay, you see? Read you like a buck. Very nice. Dungy boy being very strange as usual. Okay, and I think we can just upgrade him to like +9 or +10 immediately. Try him out. make some frost pots. That sure is gonna be fun. Where's Oga? Yeah. We need a 5. What do we have? Ghost. Need a ghost 5. Just a ghost 5. And we'll take him to +9 for testing. We can take him to +10 if it seems to be the viable method. Purchase ghost 5. Ta-da! We'll hold it off for here. We're just doing testing for now. This can go over to face stats, I think. Wherever that is. We can roll. Okay. Okay. Buy some crab. Go challenge Melania. Oh, we already had the dragon shield. I guess we won't bother with the ice first few attempts. Instantly regret. No. We won't need that many flasks. Because if we get hit, we're probably dead anyway. Memorize spell. We only want the ones we're going to use. Oh, that's right. We do want blood flies actually, so we'll go over back to mimic tier. Honestly, swarm of flies is the only one. Which means we don't need. No, we want this for the dagger. Yeah. Can I get some help? Perhaps someone is offering help. Nope. It would be funny if there were. Oh, that's right. Let's keep her occupied. I goofed around a bit too much there. Have it writ upon my meager grave that I after I found out. Sure, why not? Let's change this over to better physical defense. Because honestly, like, Slash and Pierce is the only damage she deals, I think. So what can we get? This is better strike, same slash, better pierce. Sure. Why not? Honestly, the light roll might even be the move. Come on, Oga. Five million years later. Come on, buddy, shooter. I just need to be aggroed onto her as well. I'm not gonna do the parry cheese or the parry glitch on her. This might be a better way to set it up as well. Ah! I thought I spaced that enough. I should have kept running. Oh, I had... I got cocky! I think it's definitely doable. Make sure to what? I know. I'm not extremely fond of it so far. Maybe I'm just playing it poorly, but I feel like I really have to do a lot more damage. And I feel like Tish eats a lot less time. Maybe I should just spam knife more. Anoga. I need to be a little bit closer to get the... Really? I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it at all. Yeah, let's do the rot strat. Can't craft any more of these. Got to store the pots. Make a bunch of mechanic pots, a bunch of frost pots. Put the frost pots in here, and hope for the best. We could also do a little practice parrying. I want to practice parrying real fast, because if we can get the parry cheese to work, Ogre will be correct, I think. Grab in 5 million years. That's not so bad. That one didn't work. I'm not sure if that is because my timing was bad or because it's just not possible. This is just still better than I thought it would be. This might actually end up being the easiest method. Ogre cheese until last health bar and then glitch her phase 2 health. And before you say anything, yeah, I know that's a glitch, but I don't know. Something about this boss makes me feel a little less scrupulous. Could be the fact that she's annoying. Yes. Yes, it is. And despite Radagon and the Elden Beast, I think this is the boss I've spent the most hours on. Not on this file, but on previous files. And she might end up being the one I spend most hours on in total in this file, too. Who can say? I'm real bad. I should have looked up a guide first. Maybe used a slightly less shitty shield as well. Later. Ooh, golden parry costs FP. Although, if we're really going for the parry cheese strat, golden parry would just be better. What? Okay then. She really goes for those grabs up close. I haven't faced that since like my first playthrough. Mainly because the only times I've come here is for these low level runs. Ever since then, I haven't actually progressed the main story on most of my files very far. And this is only the second character I've beaten Elden Beast on, if you can believe it. As silly as that is. What is that rank? I really hate it. She dashes in so damn fast. You can't just sprint away. You literally cannot sprint away from her. She's too fast. I don't like that personally. I find it offensive. I don't think we should try doing this on stream, learning to parry. At least, not right now. I should be doing this after I go watch a guide on which moves are parryable. Freaking hell, dude. Okay, then don't give me time. Frick it, we're doing it the normal way. I've had enough of this nonsense. Wait, it's not that one I want. You're even gonna do the funny move. That's right. Phase 1 can go faster than that. In phase 2, we're gonna be using the pots instead, because we need the speed. Yes, indeed. So I'll show once again a typical attempt. Good and rotted? Can't tell. Here she is now. No! There's the move. Look how low she is. It's kind of disgusting. This is like low-key doable, just doing this. If I was less of a scrub and rolled into that, we would have maybe gotten there. Because that's pretty good RNG. She didn't do Wildfell Downs, which is annoying. We still had Tish. I still had the shield in phase 2. I don't know, it might be doable. Just tonight. Feel a little confident after that attempt. Overconfident perhaps, and my game froze. Thank you. Okay. What? Unbelievable. I guess I should have just rolled in. It is obnoxious. But also, yeah, I think Tish method is gonna be best method. It is one that's confirmed to work from other sources. Was it 13 Foxes Life for Me confirmed? That's how they did it. I don't know who that is on the sub, but they're on the 2v2, base level 2v2 Discord. They confirmed a kill on Melania, so. We also didn't have rock going that attempt, even though I thought we did. How? I don't know how to dodge that. And it's really frustrating me. This is definitely faster than Ogre Cheese, though. Succeed or fail. I think I'm with Oliver on this one. This is a good spot. When she gets into the tree roots, she has a hard time escaping. Is she running? I don't think she is. Now she is. Wait, what? What? How did she not die there? She had damage ticking. I would not have gone for blue there if I knew it was gonna not happen. Holy crap, that's really annoying. Wait, a Rot Breath I think is worth it in phase 1. It's really hard to land, but when you land, her health bar goes down fast. And there's a sweet irony, you know. Might be worth drinking Flask just to aggro her a little bit faster in the fight. Let's get her right pissed off and then come on. She's rotted. What? I can't roll out of it. I guess I shouldn't bother dashing in because that'll kill me. Thank you, game. Lasai. You'd think I'd learn, right? You'd think I'd learn. Hey, this should hopefully piss her off. It does require at least 2 Rot Breaths. It's going to be a problem. Just rotted. What? Used to be consistent, I could swear. Now is I just too far away? I don't know. Really bad RNG too. She always regains a lot of health from those if she goes after Tish. Still pissed. Imagine if she didn't have the health regain mechanic, she'd be so freaking dead. Like, I get that means, you know, it's a good mechanic, so to speak. What the heck? We got her routed. What? What is the pattern here? It doesn't matter which way I roll into it. She just punishes it real hard. Do I need to be on light roll? I'm not fond of this situation. Because on light roll she will maul me whatever I do. I'm gonna get one shot. Well, let's get naked, I guess. That's what it takes. Honestly, I don't think this is doing me any good. Have these attempts. Let's get decent. every single time I'm just rolling it wrong. That's the only explanation, because I don't know what it is that I'm rolling wrong. Am I rolling too early? It must be, because you just spins frickin' around. This is upsetting. I've lost my habits on this one. We're getting somewhere with the damage on that fight too. I think I'll do one more attempt and then call it a night. Looks like we got. There we go. No! I suspected it. I played that real poorly, but at least we knew. We managed to fix our problem with the waterfowl dance roll. I think we figured out the timing that time. And I think light roll is going to be justice here, even though it needs to gain one shot in situations like that, because I feel like it makes it a bit safer. Gosh, I knew though. I knew I shouldn't have done that. Why did I do that? Ugh. No, I don't even need the silver cheer mask. I'll go over to No, I need good for the blood flies. That's right. We don't need the black flame. Yes, those two. Thank you. I think the runner looks really goofy. Alright, I said that's gonna be the last one. Guess I lied then. Ha ha ha. Frustration mounts, man. Is there anything else I was gonna do? 'Cause I'm a little done with Melania tonight. I don't feel like it. Ooh, that's right. I was gonna farm Nox monk hoods. Let's do that right now. Let's see. I believe Night Sacred Ground is a good spot to farm. But I may be misremembering. That might be just Swordstress only. Monk might be the other. Where are they? Are they not here? I could swear there's usually a couple in this room. A couple of hundred of them just up ahead. Did they disappear in this zone? Or did they just not load in? Apparently my computer's running hot right now. Yeah, they just didn't load in. Look at that. I think so, at least. Yeah, there they are. They're not the ones I'm looking for. Okay, enough of that. Yield. That's pretty funny though. Style Eternal City. I think that one has a couple monks. There's a sorceress. We will not tangle with that. Greaves. Thank you very much. chuckle nuts. It's pretty cool. Not a huge fan though. I think we're gonna swap over from this Froggy and swap this over to Dagger. See how that works out. Okay. Not so grand. Rot breath it is. Sick jerks. I hate you. They should have done frost breath too. Oh. That's what we were wanting. Let's try that on. See how it works out. Because fashion souls is very important. Let's slap on and say that. It doesn't work. It does not work like I thought it would. Is that the wrong one then? Is it the armor set that's wrong? Oh, it just doesn't work the way I think it does. Then what's the one that does? I ask you. What does work with it? Is it all a lie, a myth, a falsehood? Alex set. Nox, Maiden Twin, Nox Mirror Helm. Where are the rest? Even alphabetically, they're just missing from the wiki, huh? Oh, some of them aren't. Oh, it's in the alterables. Or something. Nox Monk Hood. Altered. So much for that, apparently. So much for that. Oh, I know what it is. It works on the Banished Knight armor. Is maybe what's advertised. Wait, what? So it doesn't work to cover those, but it does work to cover coats. Is there a... Goes over the shoulder on this one. Interesting. But not that. What that? No. Not even close. But I don't have a Banished Knight armor. Not in the slide list. Could always go fix that. I think I'm gonna wear it. Oh, hello, Actionable. How's it going? My mic. Yeah, I think it's just my settings. Let me try fixing that. Let me turn it up a bit. Is this better? Does this help? I know in the recordings I'm always real quiet as well. Oh no. Okay, maybe I should leave it that way, because I tend to mutter a lot. My only worry is the mic does pick up a lot of noise when I'm rattling things around. So that can cause issues, I'm sure. Let me show you something cool. At least it's cool in my opinion. right there. Oh no, he lived. That's not supposed to happen. What the heck, man? Yeah, he sometimes survives the fall, but usually he doesn't. That is just really weird. I wonder if I did something weird to the height because I goofed the attempts. But this is a consistent way to farm the Banished Knight, I say, after failing it once. Any file can do it, any level, because your combat stats do not matter. All I need is rejection and a bunch of daggers. That one you don't actually have to knock off, I just like it. It's really funny, in my opinion. Okay, so go like that. Okay, that should do it. There we go. I don't think we got a drop. Basically, you can jump down here and sprint down like so. But you should be able to see if there's a drop usually. I know. I'm taking a break from doing Melania attempts because I'm sick and tired of her nonsense. So I went and got the Nox Monk hood because I heard it can hide the little horn on the Banished Knight armors, which is pretty cool. But then I realized I don't have any Banished Knight armors on this file, so I was like, well, maybe I might as well just do farm on stream for that one. That one you have to knock off, or he'll shoot you across this roof while you're trying to cheese the knight. Anyway, so like the timing is you want to make space here for when he appears. You throw the knife, you turn around, and as he disappears, you start charging this. Oh, and I waited too long. I swear it's not like this, babe. But yeah. If you get the rhythm right, it should work. Very consistently. And this is what we do here instead of actually invading people like a good red man should. A good bad red man. I just do PvE stuff that nobody cares about except for like 3 people. There we go. Hey, I think we got a drop. Probably not what we're looking for, but if it is, praise the RNG. Nope. But yeah, that's how we cheese the knight. I basically stole the strategy from like videos and extra comments, except for the fact that nobody had the rejection tech, so I'll claim that as my own. And it really does make it a lot more consistent. But yeah, I'm sort of have been on a mini quest to figure out how to kill basically everything in the game at base level. And right now, only Melania escapes my grasp. which is a little bit obnoxious. Oh, is that a drop? Yes, it is. This is all. Oh, wait. Didn't need that, but I guess I could grab that. Let's see. Well, everything we don't want. I guess I can't complain because I don't have any of those yet on this file. We'll see how many we get. Also, real quickly, not to like brag about, well, actually to brag about my suffering, because my suffering is immense. Is it still here? Did I clear it out? Oh, yeah, there you go. After I get all the cool builds I have done. Yeah. Well, I highly recommend you do a playthrough like that, because I don't know, I think it's real cool. It definitely makes the game like simultaneously more and less challenging. And there's just like a bunch of puzzles that are really fun to solve. The farming does get hellish, but you know, I guess so. What did we expect? Please die. I think that's a death, but no item. I don't think we figured out like what's the meta best starting class for doing a level 10 build. My gut instinct tells me it's samurai. But I'm not sure. And if you just want to max vigor, probably you're best off doing not Vagabond. You're probably better off doing Wretch than Vagabond in some respects. You get more vigor and you have an easier time going through the game because you have 10 arcane, which is important for casting the dragon spells and stuff. Did we get something? No. But if you want to tough it out, you can still get through with Vagabond. Probably not so hard. And beat most of the game. Like, in terms of things that are actually important to get drops of, or like beat bosses for, the last few bosses that actually present a lot of problems aren't, you know, that worthwhile beating in the first place. Not that it's a huge issue, because like I'd consider only 2 bosses unsolved, and by unsolved I mean they're no longer trivial to defeat, and that's Melania and Elden Beast. And I know people have defeated Melania. I know people have defeated Elden Beast. I've defeated Elden Beast. So it's really just Melania that's... What? What? Oh no, he's spiting me. Holy crap. That's not supposed... Oh, I know what happened. Okay, so what you just saw there is I didn't leave enough room on the ledge. So he found the next best spot. Oopsies. Yeah, so. On this stream we make mistakes. That's my motto. But yeah, if you're a dex build, you probably do want to kill Placiduous Sax. So I guess it's nice that it's not that hard. And the cool thing is you can use most of the weapons in the game. Oh, I waited too long. You can use most of the weapons in the game. Some of the higher requirement ones you do need double sword seal for, which is not worth. So like Moonlight Greatsword. Well, actually, there's like 3 tiers basically of weapon usability. The sort of, or more than 3 tiers, I guess, but like basically some weapons you can just use with a base class and Sword Seal, Radagon Sword Seal, which you'll always have on anyway. Those are like the easiest to wield. And then you have those that you can wield with, 1 or 2 or 3 more rings that are not Sword Seals, or like a headpiece, right? And then you have those that you need a Sword Seal as well. And on top of that, like the hardest class of weapons to use are the ones where you need both a Sword Seal and to use your physic. Which, it's cool that you can use them, and they're fun to mess around with once in a while in invasions, but they're not consistent. I gotta go get some more knives real quick. They're not consistent because they only last 3 minutes. So like, if you start with the Dex class, so like a bandit or a samurai warrior, for example, you can use both the Grand Sax, you can use the Dragon King's Cragblade, and I think if you don't go bandit, if you go samurai or warrior, I think you can use Hand of Millennia. So like you can do some silly things. It's just only for 3 minutes. So you just jump into a world, spam the weapon art, and then swap off if you run out. Yeah, it is. It's kind of shocking. You can use. The thing is, there's a lot of weapons where, even if you can use them, because you're using them, like a +1 unupgraded or something like that. I go pure unupgraded for these playthroughs, but in theory, you could go up to like +3 and still remain in bracket, right? The weapon arts sometimes deal not so much. Even if it's an utterly busted weapon art, usually. So like, I've used the Moog Spear, and you can use it, but it's just not great. Maybe I'm just being a scrub, I don't know, but because I do confess I only did it in like 1 or 2 invasions and gave up, but it doesn't feel that great. Whereas other Ashes of War are pretty great. I think my favorite thing to do is Iron Greatsword, Flaming Strike with the flame buffing physic. Oop, that's a drop. And you're pushing, like in PvP, after you use the Flaming Strike buff and with the physic, but with like no other buffs, you can do like 350 damage, 350 split damage on an R1. Which is, a lot. Game has crazy numbers. I know we all know this, but it has crazy numbers. And of course, there's like basically all the ashes that give you like flat buffs that stack with the infusion are really great. Oops, I'm frozen. So like Chilling Mist and Poison Mist are really nice in low level invasions. Airy Denial, and then if you stack it with the infusion, suddenly you're getting the big numbers. Slap it on a halberd or something. Zweihander. Let's see. Did we get... Yes, we did. So there's all that kind of stuff. And like farming is, so here I'm doing like a cheese method to farm, but like legit, there's a lot of enemies that if they're like near Grace or something, you can just use Dragon Incantations to farm, and the damage is still good. Like, here, let me choose something real quick. So I went and was like farming the Haley Tree foot soldiers and soldiers, right, to get the Sacred Crown helm and the Haley Tree helm. And like I found that the most effective method for me was just to spam Rot Breath and Ice Breath, and it would just kill them in two. And they're late game enemies. They're late game mob enemies, but they're late game enemies. So this game is I kind of discovered why we always invade people with like 700 health at the end of the game is because they can get away with it. Like, absolutely. Let's see, do we get a drop? I don't think so. So, I don't know. I feel like he has deepened my grudge against the PvE players, though, because it's like if you can do that, or rather, because it's so powerful, they're encouraged to use those kinds of abilities in the PvE, and not improve their build for like not broken stuff, and then we have to go and deal with it whenever we invade. It's not very fun. I know this isn't exactly exciting gameplay anymore after the first couple times. Once it settles into the pattern of farming, it's like, okay. But I've killed most of the bosses already, so there's not much to show in that department, unfortunately. I mean, I haven't done all the dungeons and stuff. But Wild card went down like a chump. Oh, the other thing is, I will say this. We're gonna put it on a T-shirt or something. We're gonna make it our slogan. But basically, like Oliver and I and Crap on the Carpet all are Dung Eater stands now, because Dung Eater is just that good for these RL10 challenges. If you want, I could do some invasions, because this is not like an important task I'm doing right now. And I want to entertain, at least when people are actually watching. Although maybe that's a little confident of me to think I'm entertaining anyone when I invade. I am something of a scrub. Maybe not a PvE scrub, but PvP scrub, definitely. Invasions? Okay. In that case, it's time to show off the bling. Where did I put that thing? There it is. So this is a category of weapon where you need 3 rings to use, but it's kind of worth it. It actually does, the weapon art itself actually, it hits decently hard, but it's not great. What it's really good for is the fact that I can one-hand this great sword, and it's like the longest great sword in the game. Let's see. There we go. Fingerprint armor. And then we'll put on some really light gear. Still heavy. Can I wear this? No, that's too heavy. Okay. So with this, I can invade. We'll put on some pots. And go memorize some spells, and then I think we're ready. First we'll go down here to Limgrave. And, you know, we could use, like, Rot Breath in invasions, but my policy is if I think it's a little too BM, I'll try not to use it. It's not very fun to me. So try to keep invasions to things I would be okay with being invaded by. And to be completely honest, a lot of the things, the Lakian weapons are not overpowered in the sense of actually just doing too much damage when they're unupgraded. Some of them are. Flame Cleanse Me. There you go. Mix Wonders Physic. I think I'm gonna go Opaline, Hard Tier, and Crimson Burst. Hard Tier, Crimson Burst for the survivability because we have no health. Oh, I should actually no. We'll go Lots of Blue because we have the weapon art to spam for the funnies. We'll see if we get anyone because, you know, it's that time of. But like, look, the weapon art. Okay, so that was okay on Gatefront Mook number 1. I find it tends to do less than half health against phantoms, even if they get hit. I think I was just getting the boost from the unaware damage there, or not. I don't know. It's also very FP hungry. Enough of that. I think I should be spamming the signs because it's not responding. Thank you. I try to look good, and you have to work to look good when you're wearing this goofy ass helmet. Although I like the Vike's armor quite a bit, I'm also a very huge fan of like the Mausoleum Surcoat. The reason being, no, the reason being, it goes with like almost any helmet. Makes it look better than it already does. Well, thank you. But like, you know the white mask, how it looks awful with literally everything. There's actually one set where it almost looks okay with, and that's the Mausoleum Surcoat. Here, let me show you. Not recommending that people wear this, but look, that's slightly less awful than it usually is. So I guess we'll invade with bleed builds. No, we're not gonna do that. Not on this build. Yeah. Also, I find that Seppuku is definitely one of those ones that are a little BM for my tastes. Although I understand people that do invade with it. It's like, you know, sometimes bleed is like your best tool against over-leveled by a long shot, I think. So using bleed against them is legit, but you know, we should only bully the new players so much. And I've been stomped enough on my Taunter's Tongue runs to not appreciate how many or not enjoy how many people are running around with it. Okay. We always start off on a Magic Fort, I think, or Bestial Vitality, because oh no, that's a I don't know about this, Chief. I think we're gonna lose this one. Oh. So we did. Wow, summoning another co-op. Very cool. Got him! Got his ass! Oh. Okay, that was pretty good. My preference is low level. Yeah, that's true. I feel no remorse there. No remorse. This is why we twink, and I'm proud of it. But that was. Let's make sure to stock up. Proud to be a twink, dude. Sometimes you gotta. The guy dropped like 4,000 runes, so it's mid levels, I guess. Look, I worked my ass off. The amount of suffering I went through to obtain this sword is more than any overleveled phantom can inflict upon me. That said, I'm gonna store these so I can get these back. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. These scale off of faith, so that's pretty good. Mac crafting mats, yeah. I don't mule anything, so this is. I only do items that are pretty easy to obtain. Warmingtons so fortunately are easy to obtain, but string is not, and I don't know what they were thinking. I feel like the thing I wish was most in this game, apart from fixing aim punch, is and having vendors for all crafting materials eventually, is I wish they had a physic that increased your discovery rate by like 100, because there are so many, 1%, 0.5%, 2%, 4% farms in this game, with hundreds of weapons and items. And Miyazaki just said, nope, the tools you have for farming in this game are straight up one of the worst in all of the Souls games ever. Why? I don't know, because you can level Arcane to 99 and actually hit harder weapon. Yeah, perfumes, that's fair. I'm not a huge fan of using perfumes in invasions. Not because I think they're bad, but just at this low level, they're a little strong. I say while spamming volcano pots, but yeah, at least it dissuades me enough from farming for them. Although I will say, uplifting aromatics, you do want to use those for the Placidus Axe fight. They're really good. Use them for the Elder Beast fight as well. Plus the perfume talismans, yeah. We could also just like do a pot invasion with this gear if we wanted to. We got the pot head. Where is it? Jar head. Jar talisman somewhere around here. Yeah. That could legit one-shot people if it's not raining. And if I put in the right physics. Ooh, we got an invasion. Good. I should have been spamming that instead of swinging my sword uselessly, but it's okay. We figured it out. Faith is also just a really... It's weird, because like Prophet is objectively, I feel like, one of the worst stat spreads in the base level characters, except for the fact that Faith is a really good stat to have like 10 to 20 of. Okay. Oh no, wait, they're just going to the boss room. No! No! Bow build. They'll use pots, perfumes, and bows. That would be cool. Bow builds are interesting. I mean, and by that I mean there's like more than one bow build path at low level, which is kind of weird to say. But like you can do int bow. I was once invaded on a TT run by some guy who was like bow sage something or other. They had a really cool build. Staff in one hand to use carrion slicer, and then they used the horn bow with the magic arrows, and it was legit real cool, although also really annoying. So you know that's a thing. You could do an int version. I feel like elemental damage is really good early levels because split is good early, and the damage boost physics, if you can keep it all on theme, is really good, right? For the plus 15% damage. So, okay, they're around here somewhere. But the lesson I've learned is don't drink your physic until you see the whites of their eyes. But with the spells, I'm a little more liberal with their usage. Oh, there they are. Brother, I see you. That was, he thought he was being clever. I feel a little bad. He kind of died to the volcano pots really hard. I'm not even... oh, they're so innocent. Sometimes. It makes me feel bad. But... sometimes you gotta do it to them. Also, volcano pots are busted. Honestly, makes me want to go swap to a fire version of... Because, of course, Miyazaki hates faith builds. Apparently, like, in PvP, anything that boosts holy damage just doesn't. For some reason. There's like a video that came out like 2 weeks ago or something. Someone pointed it out. Which, Miyazaki, why? Why do you hate faith so much? Why do you make faith builds so bad? But... so fire build is kind of better. Fire build's kind of better. Like in terms of busted weapon arts, this weapon art is almost useless in invasions, whereas Blasphemous Blade, which we can wield here with just one seal instead of 3, or talisman, I mean, like on base level, nearly one shots any host or phantom. Like, not quite one shot, but like if they have some chip damage on them, they usually die in one if you land it, which is pretty disgusting. And it just has really good R1 damage as well. I guess the blessed thing about the Holy build, or the Faith build, is that it has a lot of unique greatswords, and I do like greatswords a lot. This is why I always lose invasions. Maybe I shouldn't be claiming that after I won 2, but yeah, you get what I mean. Oh, hello, buddy. Hello, friend. What? What? I'm confused. Help me. The power of waves that he desynced right out of the planet. Speaking of desync, what the heck? Nice dodge. Well, yeah, we had some latency there, is what I mean. But like people complain about waves because they're hard to dodge. I mean, it's definitely better in invasions than in duels. I mean, that's true of like any big attack. But the last time I invaded with it, I invaded into like a couple of competent players and they backstabbed the hell out of me. I can show you though, right? We're here. Let's show you. Might as well, right? We'll go that. We'll swap that to strength. Swap this over to literally anything. We'll be cheeky. We'll be cheeky. Could move this down to something a little heavier. I think that's too heavy. Maybe blinds. That looks decent. Not great poise. We'll live. Wait, did I put the wrong headpiece on? Oh, right. It's not the strength ring I need. It's the faith ring I need. I'm stupid. Okay. But we're going to change this over into a cheeky fire shrouding cracked here. It's back into the 2 fingers heirloom. There we go. Alright. So, let's do a little. Obviously, there is. I mean, look at that damage. It does like twice the damage of waves of gold. It's just ridiculous. And it's buffable. I guess I put on the Chart of Alexander, which boosts the damage a bit too. But yeah. What was I gonna say? But yeah, it's still like wicked nasty. The only problem is around here we tend to get a lot of Castle Morn invasions or like Weeping Peninsula, which can put a damper on our damage. Although it's not really that bad because of the fact that we have the Physic, so we're actually gaining 5% with the Physic on. Worse than 15%, but still, no, it's not that bad. And it really is funny to see someone engaging with the PvE and suddenly instantly die. Because we are capable of making that happen. Ooh, Stormveil. Okay. And Raw Breath. Are they in the boss fight? No, that's... They're in the boss fight. They're in the boss fight! Oh, come on! I'm trapped in a glass cage of emotion here. And they're just watching the whole video too. How grand. I know this has happened to other people, but I think this may be the first time in a while I've invaded into a boss fight. If only I could actually hit them. What the heck? I don't... Oh, okay, there you go. Nope, I can't get him. What about pots? Nope. Alright then. I guess, get the heck out of here. Unbelievable. Hope it's not picking up the neighbors. Ah, there we go. I guess it's a busy night. A modestly busy night. Or maybe we just got a nice lucky stretch. Speaking of builds, so you said you wanted to do a bow build, right? What else have you been building? In terms of builds. I'll assume he's on magic. It tends to be a magic guy most of the time. Oh, looks like a confessor actually. Look at that damage. Two hits. It's pretty mean. The health regen passive is really substantial at this level too. You heal for more of your effective percentage health. This guy is crouching. Elemental Perfumer. Alright, the Golden Order build, you did mention that. Night Sorcerer. Ooh, Night Sorcerer. Dude, Night Sorcerer's sorcery builds look sick. Because they can abuse the PvE. They can abuse the PvP. Golden Order. How's the Golden Order build going? Because I know, like, it's possible to do in Faith, but it always looks very finicky. A level 236 that uses Deathstalk, Sphere's Mist, And a 155 grav build using all grav weapons. Dude, that's sick. It's sick as hell. The themed madness build at 144. So I'm guessing you're getting a lot of activity at higher levels, aren't you, right? I haven't gone above 150, so in fact I've barely invaded at all at high level. But I hear there's a decent amount of activity. Are you on PC or PlayStation or Xbox? Most activities at 125 plus 150. Yeah. I feel like, I mean, mid-level is pretty barren, right? PlayStation. Ah. Alas, I'll never get to invade you, at least until I get one at some unknown point in time. I definitely get one if I was like a dedicated streamer, but I'm not. I'm just messing around. Although it's really been cool to sort of set foot into the community, both on Bad Red Man and like everybody gathering together on Twitch and stuff. It's been really nice. Finish in terms of Incant's questline, just gotta beat Radagon Beast. Hell yeah. Wait, Golden Order beat Radagon. Oh gosh, that sounds painful. What are you allowed to use on that? Like, are you allowed to use Sword of Night and Flame and that kind of thing? Doesn't it though? The Golden Order. I mean, look. I think Gold Mask is pretty based, but doing holy damage against Radagon Elder Beast? That sounds like the basis of pain. And I know a thing or two about pain. Yeah, dual sword. Yeah. You know what? I could swear I've seen your videos on the sub. You put some on there, right? Really cashed the build, but got the sword for backup. Okay, I guess you'll be fine. You'll just spam the flame version or flame part of the weapon art and have no problemo. I think. Fire magic against Radagon. But what do I know? I literally I talk like I know stuff, but I don't actually know stuff. So, yeah. Like, at least 4 of my files are these low-level schmoes. And then I've got like 1 that's around 125, 1 that's 150, and everything else is like lousy mid-level builds. I'm 100% summoning a friend to help with Radagon. Yeah. I mean, you know, the flame weapon art does full fire damage, so as long as he doesn't parry it like the asshole that he is, you'll be fine. So basically you're screwed. Yeah, summon a friend. Okay. It's cool. This is like the second time in this many days I've gotten an invasion down here. Cool times. But unfortunately, this Full of Fingers dead almost. Oh, furled finger. I don't have enough poise. Apparently. Guess I'll just have to... Spam weapon art profit. You actually get really good hyper armor on that, like 60. But I can't. I'm sorry, host, but I need the health regen from you. Wow, I just cannot force through that. I missed Dark Souls 3 sometimes. You know what? I'm gonna crab up. Oh, run into the water, will you? I'm gonna go. Oh, host. Ah. That's embarrassing. What? The weapon I had started and it's... Oh, well. That was embarrassing. Oof. I am genuinely bad at this. I haven't been invading much, I guess. I've been having so much fun with the PV challenge. Well, that kind of is a showcase of the blasphemous blade. It do be like that. Flameite Claymore is probably a little more fun. Host doesn't know what he's doing versus the Phantom. Yeah, I feel bad for the Phantom there. What's a fun little joke we could run here? I'm pretty fond of the McKellen Knight Sword. I will say that. We could try out the Godslayer. Right, that's 20 strength, 22 dex. So I just need dex. Wait, how much faith does it need? 20 faith? Okay, so we can... do I do it? Do I become hideous? Let's see, 22 dex. This will get me to 20 dex. Yeah, I think I have to if I want to wear anything decent. I'll go dex. Go to the ugly helmet. Let's see if we can make this work visually. Heavy load. Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh gosh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, that works alright with this set. Still not very fond of the matching of the chest piece. What about that? That looks slightly less horrible from behind. I'll go with this. And this is also fire-based. Probably worse than the Zweiander in every way, but... if we land that, we can chuck all the way to the bank. If we really wanted to, we could one-hand this weapon, but I don't think we really want to. still not exceedingly fun. Maybe we'll go back to this. Yeah, I like the color on that better. This armor set. I swear all I do is fashion souls around here. Come on, there we go. We don't have any actually, we do have poise because the hyper armor on the great swords is actually reasonable, or not great swords, the colossal swords. Though I think there's some modifier on this one that isn't so good. I'm not sure if it is for poise. Dingle bum, host of fingers. I'm a little scared if he dingles my bum. Okay, here we go. Oh, I don't like the look of that. Oh. I don't know what to say, host. But those look like toxic memers to me, standing in front of the boss fog. Names like that. We don't approve of those kinds of names here. Okay. This thing is also like heavier than, yeah. Why the heck is this thing heavier than the Zweiander? There's no fairness for faith builds, I swear. What? I'm beyond the batter. What the heck? I don't know what happened there. Also, this is almost a Raging Wolf cosplay, except for the disgusting ass helmet. I would almost go like cloth armor just to get rid of the helmet there. I really do not like how it looks. Okay. Do you have a mage here? I do not know. Yep. Nice. Okay. Oh, holy shit. Okay. Okay, host, you've R1'd enough. Really? I can get stunned out of that? I swear. Lack of poise is causing me pain. Okay, something. There we go. Not proud of that. But gosh, that shield was annoying. And also the lack of poise was absolutely eating me alive. Like, holy crap. Well, that's probably why we don't use this weapon that much. Let's do something even unfathomably worse. I actually like the getup for this. It's funny looking. We can become the gnome. Let's see, we put on the confessor set. There's one thing we don't appreciate on here is the 15th freaking Malekith cosplay. So I like to do something a tad different. Like Knife Greaves? Sure, why not? Can we do Blythe? No, we cannot. Ta-da! It's Blue Gale from the hit video game series Light Souls. Yeah. Tinkelson Winkler. You reckon it's the same, one of the same guys from earlier? He's got that kind of vibe. Like he's gonna summon a guy with an offensive name to be his bud. Oh. Oh, that's a crime against fashion is what it is. Wow, I actually hit. Okay, I'm about done with that. Ah, damn. I thought I could roll again. Died to a Burger King. Shameful display. I wanted to do the weapon art on the host, but I freaking missed the volcanic pot. I should have framed it. Oops. And like that, we died. Do I want the souls? We don't need the souls. But yeah, I don't know. Is this quality content? I don't think so. I've seen quality content around, but I do think it's nice to do weird little cosplay builds with various weapons because you can do it at this level. All hail the Great Jar Arsenal, really, in my humble opinion. Really does so much for us. But a lot of these ultra greats are ultra disappointing at this level, in my opinion. Maybe it's just that I lack the skill, but I feel quality content. Oh, thank you. Look, a little affirmation goes a long way. I appreciate it. I'll work hard to keep it up. Okay. Oh, that looks is that, dude, that's a real cool looking build. It's got two okay. I'm suddenly less enthusiastic about this whole affair. Look at all the damage that does. Hilarious. Okay. Oh. No. Oh, no. I knew that was going to happen. Oh. Oh, don't lock on. Don't lock on. Maybe I should do flaming slash straight sword or something. That would actually be a good build. I'm tempted. But we gotta give discount Gale here one victory. Which may also, like the Gale story, take until the end of the universe, but we'll see. We'll have to go find the Ashen one. Actually, what would it be for Blue Gale? It wouldn't be the Ashen one. It would be like I don't know. The Embered one. Is that the discount Ashen one, or is it just sort of the canonical co-opper experience? Hard to say. Yeah, this weapon art. The only thing this weapon art really gives me is like poise. Which is very sad. Almost as sad as the fact that only one of the black gargoyle weapons actually does the death effect. The other three don't even have fire damage, I think, or don't even have the percent health damage. Oh, they're over there. it's very important to always assume that you're gonna get spammed with magic. Okay, buddy. See? At least they're doing wholesome builds, but I think the Colossals in DS3 are a lot easier to use. Oh. Let's refresh your buffs. Maybe do a little warming stone as well. FP is cheap, and I stocked way too much of it. There you go. There we go. And we actually got a kill with the sword instead of spamming consumables. The Ashen Gale has just bullied 132 souls worth of newbies and is satisfied. But yeah, no, with the lack of vigor that base level Prophet has, you gotta really spam a lot of resources just to not die. At least with something as ridiculous as the sword. Things get a little bit better for using a slightly more meta weapon or something lighter. So let's try that next. Let's do a little straight sword gaming. So I don't have to die on the inside. Or the outside. It's really the bigger problem. Go back to this strip. Since we like it. I could even put on the heavy armor. What do we want here? Could go for a little bit more carry weight, put on like a shield parry tool. And maybe boost the weapon. I don't know, let's go for poise. I can't, oh, we're at over 60, but we're not quite, alright. If we can get slightly heavier poise on here while me can load. Yeah, there we go. I can't actually read how much poise I have, but I think that's enough. Then we can do a little catch them, a little spam the straight sword move. Yeah. And we have the better incantations down here. But this thing has decent AR if you buff it. Alright, we're looking at 275, which is decent for a straight sword. Would we be better off with Flame Slash? Almost certainly. And I should probably duplicate the Flame Slash Ash. Just so I can put it on a straight sword. It seems like everybody's doing that. Slapping on a straight sword. Drunk Souls is doing it. Saint Wright's doing it. That's pretty much everyone, right? No. But yeah, no, Flame Slash is so good. It's the best Ash of War for buffing your weapon. It's also just a really good Ash of War without using the buff portion. Strength builds keep winning, I guess. And it's probably your best option on a Faith build as well for that reason. Whereas Sacred Blade, although it goes on more weapons, is definitely an inferior, because the activation itself is pretty mediocre. The damage type is punished. Like, sure, people have lower resistance to it, but it's just not great. Maybe I can switch to something I like visual more. You know what matches this pretty well is actually the Raging Wolf Gauntlets. Can I put this on? Oh, I can put this on too. Blithes. That's not so bad. I'm a big fan of the Bull Goats. I'd be a big fan of invading someone. If only. I really like the fact that we kind of get the High Knight swoosh move. That would be a great way to cosplay this sword, is to do the High Knight. They always got me though on that attack, and they have like 5 million poise for some reason. If only we had infinite poise on this attack. Alas. Where the heck are the impatiens? Did we just use them all? And this is the sad fact of PC gaming. It's pretty good. Come on. We could do like Giant's Flame incantations if we put a Faith Physic in. That's one interesting thing we could do. But then we should go full Pyro. Yeah, the one thing on low level builds that you tend to have issues is like, you know, a lot of upper level incantations are off limits, but there's some of them that are surprisingly available and which are worth mixing in once in a while, even though they're not super FB efficient. Like if you're doing an astrologer build, I have an astrologer build on a different file, and you can use a Jula's Moonblade, which sure, it's less spammable than Carrion Slicer. I mean, nothing's more spammable than Carrion Slicer, but it's fun to pull out once in a while, because sometimes if you hit with both parts of it, you'll just one-shot a host. Which may suggest you shouldn't use it, because it's a little powerful, but, I mean, it's after the nerf, and usually you don't one-shot with it, so I think it's fair game. It's a fun, you know, big get off of me spell. It has big AoE, big range. Works really well in corridors. There we go. Let's go. We'll see what kind of host. Is it a good host or a bad host? It is a dungeon host. Okay, it doesn't look like they're using magic. Pretty wholesome looking. Wait, is that a snake sword I see? I'm gonna force you out, guys. I will strike again. I will strike again. Okay. Apparently it's that kind of host. Whew. Okay, he's not joking around. You have to use a little more of the instant magic. Host, you keep that up. There you go. Got a little cocky. Oh. Okay. Oh, what an honest blue. Imagine if we're using Faming Slash Slayer. Even easier fights. Hunter, large, huge, McBig. Any guess what he's like? What about the host? The host is not... Oh, I see. The host is resummoning his buddy. Oh, no. Feeling brave, are we? I'm feeling a distinct lack of PvE here, and oh gosh, it's one of those hosts. I mean, phantoms. Oh, couldn't roll it. I know, host. I don't know, host. You seem a little proud of what your hunter did. When he shot it with the pothead, I knew it was over. Unless he was considerably bad. which he was not. Unfortunate. But I have been outpotted. His first ever 1P. I get the feeling no, but I mean, I wouldn't consider that a win. He did absolutely nothing. Yeah. Oh, I should have taken out the... I totally forgot about my parry tool. I should have parried his magic. He probably would have died. Yowza. What a silly fellow I've been. Let's see if we can swap that up for something else. Maybe... Oh, that's too heavy. Never mind then. But yeah, let's try the... I totally forgot about my parry tool. What the heck? I'm not big on parries, but spell parry... I like the spell parries. I like the spell parries a lot. Because they tend to demolish low level casters. Especially with the Alexander Shard. You can get some real disgusting one-shots with that. If you get a couple of base level mages. I will say right away, Coated Sword is absolute garbage, right? It has like 120 holy damage or something, which is like... Oh no, that's minus... It gets like 90 holy damage, which is what you get on the split damage swords already half the time, like Golden Epitaph here. So it's don't use a Coated Sword unless you really need the lightweight. Absolute garbage, especially since it can't be buffed. Ugh. We do have the Stormlock Axe. It's best used on... this is like a reason why like something like Samurai is probably really good. Or Vagabond, is you can just Stormlock Axe a lot easier. Fast swap to it. We could do Great Spears. Vikes is disgusting. I'm not great with it, but it's disgusting. I could demonstrate it right now. Don't know if I should. Oh, that does. We'll swap this over to Dex. Swap this on over to the Vikes. And what do you know? We still have medium roll and 68 poise, so that's pretty cool. We have become toxic. Toxic gaming. And this does benefit from the flame buff. If I have it on, I can't remember. If only. I will say, as much as I hate the veteran set, mixing it with Vikes is actually kind of decent. I think it's even better looking with the Raging Wolf gauntlets, which is worse than Bythes, to be fair, but we're still hitting the 61 breakpoint, and I think it kind of looks decent. Because like one of the things we complain about all the time is that the armors don't have the same color of metal. But here with the Vike set, because it's already so chaotic, it kind of works to have it all mishmash. Kind of being the keyword. Works with the asymmetry as well. Still kind of goofy looking. Gives you a real hourglass figure, like you're a Pixar mom. If you know what I mean. Okay. But yeah, I feel like in terms of weapons that make it fun to go Prophet, I feel like, apart from like the incantations and stuff, it's probably Vike's Blasphemous Blade and Sacred Sword. Of course it's raining. Why wouldn't it be raining? Defeat Thane. Well, is that a bull guts? That's a freaking bull guts. Bull guts move it. Okay. I got a magic for it. Ah, shoot. Ah, frickin' heck. Full. Oh my god. That was on me. I shouldn't have just healed in his face. Is that. That's Rivers, too. Oh, what a meme. What a cruel, cruel meme. That's right. He has 100. He's got 100 poise. I can't stagger him. I can't stagger him with the Great Spear. What was I thinking? Trying to trade into Bullgates. Oh. I actually haven't seen anything that memey in a while. So. It's pretty funny. Unfortunately, it's still obnoxious, and Magic Fort only takes it from like a 2-shot to a 3-shot at best. It was very sad. No. Maybe swapping Poise into Ritual Shield might be worth it. We do lose all the Poise, though. Something to think about. Trying to avoid the one-shot territory. There are things that will one-shot you down in these levels, and it's quite frustrating. Also, I should probably swap of blue flasks to red flasks a bit. I've been memeing them a bit too hard, but 3 flasks is a little low for instant healing. And you still have 3 blue. Maybe I should memorize. No, I don't think there's any good ranged incantations at 18 faith. If we beat 20, like 23, I think has lightning bolt. I'm not sure. Yeah. Lots of clowns in the lands between, and I am one of them. I'd say I'd be one of them sooner or later, but it's a little late for that. Okay. French Folk Heroes Grave. Now that's a funny place. I hope we don't get run over, because I will probably die. Let's see. I don't think I can actually cross over. I'm not extremely inclined to find out if I can. You know what? At times like these, we use the finger. We did not end up in the same spot? Okay, good. No, we ended up in a worse spot. Grand. Well, moves us 20 feet. Okay, now we're above them. Are we? No! This freaking game. And I don't have anything infused with the one Ash of War. I think we'll just have to make a run for it. Take the elevator. Oh, there they are. I see them. Okay, you want to do some? You want to see something funny? At times like these. Do this. Please don't hit. Nope. Did he jump down? I don't know. I don't seem to be hitting him, unfortunately. So we're back to square one. Although since we're here, you know what we can do? Yeah. You know what? You know what else we can do? Oh, it went up further. Okay, they're not in here. They're further up. Yeah, I guess this is pretty good. We can do this on one. But we've got to. Shit. What? Oh, holy shit. He two-shot me. That's unfortunate. I should have rolled it. Fudge. Two-shot by greatsword sounds like overleveled to me. Plus he was one-handing that. So that's quite a few stats. I don't know how high level though. Unfortunate. They done, yeah. Actually, I hate it. Makes me salty. Okay. Oh. We could just do. Actually, we could just stay on the meme. This isn't exactly a faith build thing, but we could just meme around a bit. That is an option that is available to us. Especially with the Alexander Shard, yeah. Woohoo! Fair and balanced gameplay. I probably should have drunk the physic as well. Might have survived if I did that. Hey, hello! How's it going? Mr. Emeraldo. Yeah, they say two's company, but three's a party. What's going on? I have been mauling at the co-opers, killing me in 2 hits. Hope you've been having a great Sunday. Kool-Aid just made a new build. Tell us about it. What kind of build? Goofy looking. Oh gosh. No, no, no. Take it away. It's actually worse than vets on this setup. I'm just saying something. Level 15 Samurai, 2 great knives, B deck scaling, wooden shield, carry retaliation, roar. Heck yeah, roar builds are great. And you do like those knives. Karen build. There, yeah, the Karen build. I do have a Karen build. That's one of my mid-level files that I should probably stream sometime doing Taunter's Tongue so folks can come invade me. Oh wait a second. Look at the rocks. The rocks from the meteor impact are like right in the ray of light there. That's cool. But yeah, spam the roar. Heck yeah. All the time. Remember, Great Knife has bleed, right? Bleed inherent. You get like 50 buildup or something, right? Per O1. Or am I misremembering? Castle Morn, heck yeah. Let's make the rain work for us. And where the heck is the host? Are they below us? Doesn't sound like it. Sounds like they're above us, of course. Let's see if we can get up there. Oh, they're there. Look out. Yeah. I never even parry anything but spells with Carrion, but it works so great for that. Speaking of, can I fit that on here? Because I have Alexander's Shard. Which, yeah, I do. Where are you, host? I'm coming for you. Oh, they're way over there somewhere. May just be spamming, yeah. That's why I always keep Magic Fort on standby. 10 faith should be everyone's investment. Use a ring if you have to. In my humble opinion. No, am I kidding? In my prideful opinion. Okay, buddy. Oh, it's the Radon set. Oh, he's got 2 great swords too. He's gonna jump L1 me, isn't he? Beautiful, beautiful. Let's pressure him with a little range damage, huh? Oh. Yeah, now we're talking. What was his level? 5,000 runes, that's a lot. Okay. Do a little host roast. Or maybe we'll just ask him a question. Oh. That felt like Dark Souls 3 there for a minute. Yeah. You get 60 hyper armor just off the sword, I think, when you do the weapon art. Not a good time. Although if he landed it on me, I probably would have died there. I don't know. But hey, we gotta win. Even if it was Shard of Alexander Warhawk Axe. Stormhawk Axe. Still, win's a win. Overlevels aren't going to punish themselves. Heck yeah. Do we need these runes? No. Yeah, Blasphemous is disgusting. I mean, even when we use it, no upgrades. Not even with no. It nearly one-shots a lot of people. So it's fun and good. It's based and valid. And heckin' valid, I guess. Oh, you know what'd be funny but not very good? We could use the Giant's Red Braid. Yeah. Let's try that out. An idea that's so funny it just might work. We're on heavy load now. Whip it good. Yeah. Yeah, let's whip it good. Gimmick good. I'm gonna instantly die when I try to do it. I should probably put on the fire physic if I'm gonna use it. Oh, I do have the fire physic. Okay. I know. I feel like even if it's that was an instant rejection. Holy crap. But yeah, even if it's like not a great weapon, I feel like it's worth trying out all the weapons you can at this level just to see what it's like. It's a mighty whiskers. That's when they feel strongest sometimes. Yeah, sometimes not that. Like, the Blasphemous Blade, for example, is really great at base level. Waves of Gold is pretty meh. I find that almost everybody knows how to dodge it, even at this level. And maybe it's just host bias for desyncs. I don't know. But even if you get them and knock them down, like the only benefit you're really getting is like around half their health bar and a knockdown, maybe less. And that's with like normal hosts. Yeah, it's really just the poise break. It's hard to capitalize off of it. Although maybe I should just be throwing more volcano pots. Yeah, I feel like 1/3 just isn't enough. You gotta do a bit more. Especially when it takes half your own blue bar. If you twink into it. At this level, it takes all my ring slots just to wield the weapon. So I can't really like Alexander's Shard. If you're a slightly higher level, you probably could. Like if you're doing like a level 25 build, yeah. Might be able to do something with it. But this is level 7, so we don't have any levels. And probably that's why we have no invasions too. We're invading people like level 20 tops. Yeah, 15 or 20. Phantoms start getting crazy. Yeah, that's true. They're already bad enough. They only get worse, I figure. But you can cheese the hosts is the real benefit of low level, I guess. Now let's just hope we don't run into that bull goat phantom again. Cheesing the host, yeah. One of the few times I've used rot within Limgrave was just infecting a host while his fingerprint phantom sprinted after me. So I didn't feel so bad about it, but I figured I don't want to pull out no more. But yeah, at this level, like dual rot spears is a threat. Really good on an int build. Just tunnel vision the host sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes it's the only way. Could not fail set. Could not invade. Come on. I'm begging you, game. I'm begging you. Wow. That wasn't a lot of damage. That was very little damage. Don't even recognize them as a human being, especially blues. Yeah. I've been blue, and I usually just sit there looking disappointed. Sometimes I kill myself. But I've turned it off, I think, on most of my builds, just because it's not worth it. You don't get any good times out of it. Ooh. I'd click on that right now, except here, I will save that. Control copy. I'll save that for later, because I cannot open my browser or else the game will crash, I think. I'm running on below minimum specs on this computer. And I've been getting... Just like the stream overlay slows down the game quite a bit. I lose a lot of frames. Not to sound like a modder or something. Because, look, it's on me for not having a PlayStation, but... Yeah, it's a good thing I'm not going to try to make a livelihood out of this, because, you know, what stream setup? I can stream and I can play the game as long as I don't overheat the computer too much. Of course, playing the game would, you know, imply that I'm getting invaded. Speak of the devil, dude. Speak of the devil. Yeah, I was really apprehensive up till release, and the fact that it ran was a moment to play. Oh, de joy. No, I'm not complaining. Like, this is a computer that like, before this computer, I had nothing pretty much. I had a laptop that could barely game, and now I can play last gen games, no problem. Sometimes. Host. Oh, they're up by Fort Faroth, or not Fort Faroth. Where's it? Whatever the fort's name is. Fort Farm Blood Grease. That's what it is. Or are they in the woods? No, they're in the woods. Oh no, wait. Can't see anything in the dark. Oh, it looks like they're having perhaps some PvE. Okay. Okay. Ooh, honest carrion. And this is why we do Magic Fort. The host saved his phantom, but we almost got a one-shot there, which is pretty nice. What? Mmm. Well, we gain no poise. Oh, you want to play that game? What? Holy crap. Dude, I swear. Backstabs have been Dark Souls 3 horrific. And honestly, I don't enjoy that. I've gotten used to it being the other way around. Speaking of Dark Souls 3. Wow. I sure do love. Okay, well. I'd feel bad, but then I remembered I'm an invader. I don't need to feel bad. Okay, buddy, here I come. Cringe co-op. It's mostly stuff you should have here. Nothing past Liurnia. Oh, it dies from Volcano Pot. He was smacking me good with just normal Fire Pot. Thought I could well catch that. Let's try. Perhaps. Oh, that's right. I should have. Well, he's about to summon his co-op. Do it one more time. Oh. Let's run and he should try spamming magic. Or not. Very cool. Oh. Wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. Shoot. This is not Dark Souls 3 backstab. Oh, yeah, the resummon point down. Very cool. You know, I take it back. They're not cool co-ops. I shouldn't have used a whip against them. I should have used something cruel and unusual. Should have weapon swapped. I don't know. Anytime I feel like, you know, I should be nice to hosts, they pull this kind of thing, and I'm like, maybe I should just go to the coolest thing I can do on my build. And then I run into a bull goat, and then I realize it doesn't help. Yeah, he would have. I panicked that one. Just most unfortunate. Gonna send Pebble Spammer. Yeah, I always forget. Let's see if we run into another one of his kind. Boop. Oh, wait. Wait, are we out of... Oh, we're out of... no, we're not out of them. What the heck? You will. Yeah. They're always around. The mages should be punished. With the... yeah, boy. Almost died from that. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I really wanted a volcano pot to finish him off, but the host saved him. I had Fan Daggers too. My real enemy is my lack of brains and experience here. Makes me appreciate Dark Souls 3 a lot more. And I'm really looking forward to 2 because I hear it's very well balanced comparatively speaking. And I've never really done 2 PvP. You gotta get used to using the shield. Yeah. I really need to learn to parry in general. Like, not just spell parry. I think I've said this before, but I focus so much on the defeating the PvE challenges for building these characters that I haven't really learned too much of the actual PvP. Well, that's sort of an excuse, but you know, look, if you'll buy it. I used to AFK. Oh, that's disgusting and hilarious. Oh. That's great. Okay, Castle Morn, it's raining. Let's go. Let me just undo everything that my buffs do. They're down there. Alright, let's go down there. This will totally not backfire on us as we get demolished in the courtyard, right? Actually, no, we're not gonna go down there. Only get parried and die, yeah. Parry. They came up to you crouching, gosh. And that's when I knew people can deserve to die. Okay, where are they? I'm waiting for them to drop down from those battlements. Because they will, eventually. I think. But where are they? Where'd they go? Oh, they're down there. You know, I could pull out the ballista. I do have the strength ring on. I could do a little... Where did I put that? Okay. They're looking for me. Well, too bad. They're over on the battlements. I don't have any confidence fast swapping, so just go wait for him. Oh, they're over there though. This is pretty close on the bar. Do you think I could land it? Oops. Maybe if I got up on these battlements, I'd have a clear picture of what's going on. I don't want to fall off though. Oh, they're over there. Oops. Not working out. Not working out so hot. Most unfortunate. Just go looking for them. Except I can't. Although I suppose I could just drop down. Go after them the long way. Oh, wait. Maybe I can get a sight. Oh, I can use this platform. Yeah. Don't give up so easily. Or do we? Oh. There we go. Fire arrows, really? Oops. Oh, this is rich. Okay, buddy. Oh, it's one of these guys, okay. Ooh. Nasty. Let's get the PvE involved, shall we? Oh, not so fond of that, are you? Maybe we'll get something else involved while we're at it. Yeah. I'm thinking this is a good idea. This is what you get for using rot, my friend. Yeah. No remorse. That was richly deserved. Oh, he's going to resummon. You know what that means. Gotta put the axe back on. Oh, he's not going to resummon quite yet. However, oh, you know, he's just scooting up behind him. We'll move. This is quickly becoming just use a meta weapon. Why bother with profit? Well, I don't have an answer to that. We would have been better off like on the hero build for this particular invasion. And honestly, a lot of them. That's okay. Now, where has our intrepid PvEer gone off to? Oh, did he? Oh, he's over this way. Oh, he's going back all the way. He's going back all the way. Yeah. I must have missed him. Did I? Actually, where the heck is he? Oh, he must have made it all the way back down. I was gonna summon his friend. Lovely. Okay. He dipping, yeah. Right you are. Fortunately, oh, there's still PvE down here. That's pretty good. I know he's gonna resummon his friend. But he didn't do it at the side, so. I forgot passworded. Gosh, he was fast though. He knew I was coming for him. Oh, he just killed himself. Lovely. Wait a second, what level was this Phantom at? He dropped me like no runes. Was this Phantom twinking? Maybe. Weird. So yeah, what did we learn today? We learned to throw away everything that makes profit and profit therefrom. Which honestly isn't a bad lesson for low-level invasions. I will admit that. Don't use goofy fire weapons in Castle Moore and use a lightning axe. Is 100% a fair lesson to learn. Yeah, it was a. We could do a little fire claymore. Medium load still. We can change this over to this. Get 55 poise. Get this over a little higher. Yeah, 56 poise. How about that? We'll do a little claymore. Claymores are good. We got the actual good actual war. Try that out. If we take the strength off, okay, we can still wield it. So what shall we slap on here instead of the strength? Wait, we don't have shard on? Okay. We could do shard invasions. Let's see. 350, so that's more like 320 damage, I think, split, but that's still really good. Really good AR. Honestly, this is probably what I should have been doing from the start. Wow, there's 56 points even with this, so if I had heavier boots, I could get heavier. I could wear something lighter here. Something lighter, I said. Break the 60 points breakpoint, that's pretty good. There you go. Now we're talking. I would usually go bull goats on something like this, a setup like this, except that Prophet has the least endurance of the starting classes. So, yeah. Even the freaking astrologer gets more because you can optimally run like the Herodes Glintstone Crown. Something of the deep unfairness of being a faith build in this game. It's real. The bias is real. But yeah, real poise is possible in this game. You can break 60, you can break 61, you can break 71 with a great sword without leveling up. It's nice. It's nice. Highly recommended, even if it's not probably truly optimal. Okay, we're up there. Let's go. I'm probably gonna get. They're probably just gonna sprint into the Morgoth fight. Alas. So the PvE's dead. Oh, summoning up. Oh, it's one of those guys. Okay. Gridge. Hello, Gridge. Thank you for letting me buff up. Okay. Oh, based. Oh. And damaging too. Oh, he's over leveled. Good to know. Good to know. We definitely need to swap on Crab. I mean, look at how little damage he's taking. There we go. Oh, that's a sexy break. I'm a little bit less upset because that guy seemed rather high leveled. What level was he? Do you know? Because I feel like I gained a bunch of runes there, but I wasn't paying attention. But I didn't have that many runes, right? 22k. Okay, so it was real. Gosh, that's like... that's a third of the... That's almost like... No, it's not a third of the way because it goes up progressively, but that's like at least... That's at least like 200, right? At least level 200? I don't know. I kind of want to buy some crab to celebrate. Also, I've used a bunch. But yeah, did you see where like I hit him and got like 55 damage? 100 to 200? Yeah. Do I have... Oh yeah, I do have the parashield on this setup. That's super nice. That is enough to refund all our crab and buy some sanctuary stones. Very cool. So yeah, in case nobody knew, and I know this may come as a shock, but Flaming Slash is good. And poise is pretty good too. I don't know. I don't know if that might be an insightful revelation, but yeah, it's a thing. Okay, I'll stop being a dumbass. Oh no, I lied. I'll never stop being a dumbass. That said, yeah, that's the thing we can do. Yeah, and I think Alexander Sharp probably helped out there with the poise break. Could be unrelated. I don't know. Ooh, yay, another invasion. Who can it be now? Ooh, more catacombs invasions. I'm so glad. I think I'm gonna crab up this time. Actually, I take that back. It sounded like magic. Get lured in. Oh. Ooh. Based in cool faith build. Who doesn't build anyone. Okay. That's it. I'm gonna choose to crab up. That's the poise at work. Baby. Yeah, hyper Bulgoats is really good with hyper armor. Pocket sand, yeah. Because Bulgoats reduces incoming poise damage, right? Bestial incant. Just a sec. The freaking oops. The freaking thing is. I should just not censor it. Let's see. Bestial incant build. You want to use Bast? Yeah, the Beast Hammer. It looks cool. And I bet it's cool if you can actually land the weapon, right? It's got a lot of hype armor and stuff. If you want to, I can try running it, but I guarantee it will not go very well for me. I could just swap it directly. Right, so we can do. There you go. Still got the hyper armor. Still got the everything. So this is what you're talking about, right? Oh yeah. It does look very cool. I like it. It's supposed to represent the claws of Malekith or something. What does it say? Black nails protruding from the golden fur are said to represent Serash, Lord of Beasts. Oh, right, Serash. Yes. When I become King Godfrey's regent. It does look dope. Come on now. Let's get invading on. I will say, it feels nice to have poise again. Invading without poise is pain. There we go. Okay, let's go. Let's show them what we're made of. Lots of salt. And 4 talisman slots. The classic Dark Souls experience, in fact. Oh, Stormveil. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. And they are in the rafters. That's certainly not encouraging. Oh, they're too high up. And they're casting magic. I'm sure no chicanery will occur on the ladder, right? Surely they wouldn't just wait up there and bonk me as they come through. Okay. Oh, it looks like they did it. What is that build? I don't know if I want to be down there. Oh gosh, that's double int swords. How about no? Well. I don't want to go out there. Ah, gosh. I rolled into it. Unfortunate. I should have thrown another point down. Tisk tisk. I should have thrown more volcano pots for his behavior. Yeah, trapped. I know. Sometimes they're trapped in there with you. Sometimes you're trapped in there with them. If they're R1 spammers, you're trapped in there with them. I tried to get the weapon art off again, but couldn't get it fast enough, and then I was at the health disadvantage. Couldn't roll through that attack, unfortunately. The point down emote should be disabled if you're co-oping. Honestly, that would be pretty great. I would not complain. I would, in fact, cheer such a decision. And here's the problem with this hammer, right? It's fair. It's way too dang fair. It's just a great hammer. See a decision. Yeah. Miyazaki, when will you grace us, graceless, tarnished invaders? Some people deserve a point down. That's true. Even some invasions, but punches the hell out of them. I don't like pocket sand myself, but maybe I should be trying it. I'll slap it on there. Like seppuku. Yeah. Seppuku rot spur users, yeah. Those type of folk. Those type of supposed human beings. I want to see me one of these days. I promise. Maybe even next invasion. Who knows? I do have the shard on. Come on. Oh, it stopped showing now. It does that sometimes, and I don't know why. Co-op got figure checked. Yeah. I wanna change location, because it bothers me that it doesn't show the invasion sign thing. I know it is searching, because it'll show up after 10 seconds, but I don't like it. I want to see the tangible evidence. LB, and it worked. See the hot zones? Yeah, I mean, I think we hit everywhere in Limgrave anyhow. But I don't know. Hey, Stormvale Castle. Nothing weird and wacky going on here. Okay. Hey, host. I didn't say you could. This is actually kind of mean if we try to. Although I am mean. And I have, by the way. Yes. Bestial incantations. Indeed. Here, we'll be nice. We'll go after the Phantom first. And let's see if we get punished for the decision, right? Alright. Also, I don't think they're... I get the feeling they're not done magic. It was too tempting. I gave in to temptation. Wait, did he get the grace? Did I not let him get the grace? If I did, I'm sorry. It kind of slipped my mind because the Phantom was there for so long, but I don't think he got the grace. Oh, that was too mean. I'm sorry. Although they really shouldn't be running up those steps. Just kill the Banished Knight, okay? Okay, buddy. I feel bad now. I should have let him get that, but I don't know. Getting the double kill with the Beastclaw Hammer was just so. I gave in to the sweet whispers of devilry, and they paid the price. Yeah. If only it was only those kinds of invades, honestly. C'est la vie. We got another invasion. Let's see if we get punished for the sins we did there. Maybe maybe God is looking down and saying, the next one you invade is a full goat. There's no knowing. Castle Morn. Well, at least we're not using the flame weapon anymore. I don't know what the 6 lives could be, but they frightened me. Okay, are they... Where are they? It looks like they've cleared out the PvE. Oh. Oh, they saw I was coming in and decided that would be it. Okay. Oh. You son of a gun! Times like these, you really wish for a rope firebomb. I don't think they're using magic, though. I might be wrong and stupid, but I don't think they're using magic. But I'll remember that we have the parry tool. I really should put dip mode. Yeah. They really are getting out of there. Also, I should probably put stanching bonuses there. Okay, let's reset this. See that hammer? Run. Run as fast as your little legs can carry. Oh, he's a blade build. Oh no, he's just Dex. Oh no, he's just fat roll. Oh, what an honest pumpkin, man. Man in pants. Ironic. His name was Man in Pants, but he wasn't wearing pants. Yes, the hype armor trades. Oh. I boofed that. Just let me heal, host. Oh, I'm so bad. I should just kept spamming weapon art, I guess. What the heck? Not even spec for that weapon? Yeah. What do you mean I'm not spec for this weapon? I'm spec for every single weapon I can possibly wield because there's no better way I could be spec for it without actually spending levels. Which I haven't. Hit like a 200. I think it's because I hit the weapon and the weapon art, and I have the 15% bonus. Because like, if you hit with the weapon itself, you're hitting for at least like the AR of the weapon, right? This thing has a mere 200 AR. Unfortunate. 221. Yeah, I don't believe it. It's kind of funny how wholesome R1 spam can look. Although it still bothers me. I don't like it. People be R1 spamming. We get punished for not. I should get Giant Hunt. I don't think I have Giant Hunt on this build yet. Maybe that's some PvE to do later. We'll do one more hammer invasion. It's pretty funny. Oh, I keep forgetting to swap my physic too because I don't need the fire for this. Oh, Gatefront ruins. That's not wholesome PV. I'm getting a little distance. Thank you very much. Lupin. Lupin! Why, it's not the third. So close and yet so far. I'm gonna hotbar these. Yeah, see, it's when the weapon itself hits. Also, I think he just says typical mage vigor. The tracking on it's also really nice. His spacing is awful. Not that I'm complaining, but... Oh, he's learning. There you go. A little bit of cheeky free aim. Let's see how much. Only 2,000 runes. That's not so bad. But you gotta space those. That was a weird wonky hitbox. I'll give him a wave. I'm glad the wizard was defeated. I would hate to lose to that wizard. But the tracking, until he figured it out, that tracking on the Beast Claw weapon art was pretty crazy. Once he started strafing it a lot tighter, it was a little rough landing it. But yeah, you can free aim it too. It's pretty nice. I like it. I think this weapon is genuinely pretty decent. It's certainly one of the better hammers, I think. Like I'm not gonna oh, voice Longhorn. We could mess around with the cranial vessel candle sand, but my thoughts on this is we probably shouldn't. My thoughts on this are probably it's a bad idea. This is enough for. I don't like the look on that. Can we hold it? No, we need the strength. Need the strength as well. But we can also do this. you know. Oh, it's still fat rolling. What that? It's too heavy? Most unfortunate. Okay, there you go. Hey, I've never really worn those. That's what the hustle ones look like? That's pretty good. Oh, I know, it just swapped off finally. Oh, that's hideous. Oh, that's horrible. Actually, it's kind of dope. Not on this armor set, though. Get out of here. I like the skirt. Little Raging Wolf, how about that? Oh, no. No way. No way, way. No. We're not doing that. Sorry, I'm being very particular about this, but... I have my code of conduct, so to speak. Let's go. These ones. Not being... I'm sorry! He barely cast anything. In my defense, he barely spammed. Oh no, it's doing the thing again. Okay, let's see. Where is the activity? There's a lot of invasions in the castle. No one's really invading around here. He shot 7. That's not a lot for a mage. Come on. He didn't even hit a spell, I think. Maybe 1? I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my bad. A hit. We got an invasion. It'd be funny if you like poked us over a rock or something. It's like, hey. Okay. Next time, if I see a mage, I'll definitely probably remember. Hopefully. I'm just really fond of hitting things, you know. Okay, Stormvale Castle. This could go well. Rubbish Lord. That is a very empty courtyard. And I am doing a concern, as they say. Oh, it's just spawning in. Thank goodness. Oh, they're over there. Oh. Do you hear that? That's the sound of the host. Rubbish Lord, art thou taunter's tongued? Or do you have a co-op behind you? And are you going to sprint a boss vlog and then quit out? Questions with answers. Okay, well. Oh no. He's getting away from me! Oh no. Oh. He just noped. Oops. That was yeah, he just got past me. I ain't mad. It looked like he was Tantra's tugging. He just didn't want any of this. Or maybe his phantom was really far behind. I don't know. I knew what he was doing. That is weird. Like a weird... instant menu. Oy vey, it's getting a little late. It's just about my bedtime. Wait, do I have this? Yeah, I have it. Don't have the item, but I have the painting. Well, now that's an idea. Fire's deadly glitch Melania. Because that's what a normal, sane human being would do. I should try that out. Game? Okay, I think it's had enough of that, I bet. I don't know. Sometimes the game just doesn't show it anymore. Best spot. Here? I think it probably is. Summer's Village is good too. You mean Summon Water? Here? We could try it out. I don't get much activity in the Caleb though, usually. So I figure like right around here to try to grab all 3 regions that I'm likely to get. Well, we could try Summon Water. See what we fish up. Because it's water. Yeah. Whew. There's frames. All 5 of them I got. Standing up. Yeah, I'm using far invades. Probably just getting late. Everybody's getting ready for Monday morning school. Like as not. As I ought to, probably. Although, I don't have like an early morning. So, it's not hyper urgent. Yeek. I'm not finding them. Okay, I'm gonna try Geel Lake North. I feel like that might grab the south a bit better. Could be wrong. I don't know. And not a great place to invade in and of itself, I will admit. The Gatefront Zone. I remember a lot of toxicity around here. Hey, there we go. Let's see me fail miserably. Or not, who knows? Maybe I should have slapped Flame Grant Me Strength on here. I can afford it. Ooh. Bozo. That doesn't sound like a strong foe. Tell me, Bozo. Are they strong enough to be a true sovereign? Apparently not. I think he just died. And his friend was shooting mage bullets at Agil. That's what's going on. Shame. Yeah, almost everybody I ever invade actually doing the Geo boss fight just bites it. Bites it pretty instantly. Here, let's memorize Flame Grant Me Strength. it might be just the edge we need once in a while. Grammy strength, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Come on, then. Mage incoming? We can hope so. Oh, yeah, because that mage was still around, you saying? Comet spamming mage. Alright, let's go. I don't know, I might have tripped their timer. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Crap It? Crap It, sorry. Yeah, we're just doing... I was doing a little bit of PvE, but people hopped in, so I figured, let's do some invasions. Let's do some invasions. Yeah. Big shout out to Crap on the Carpet, because he is one of people who have been here for a while working on the low-level PvE, so if you have any questions, you can always ask him. He knows a thing or two. Oh. It is... Oh. I hear you loud. Oh. Oh, shoot. His shield was more powerful than our shield. Hey, you told me to use it. I'm just messing. That was unfortunate, though. He knew what was up. Clearly just more skilled. Yeah, he had the better gamer chair. Okay. Hitting L1 like 5 times. One halberd poke from 5 yards away. Yeah. Those guys seem like Asia time zone players too. Just a guess. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't profile based on the clearly Chinese username, but at least I think it was. Just so bad. Halberd. Yeah. Dude, Loretta's sickle is such a depressing weapon. It's like an int quality weapon that is just not very great. Oh, we got an invasion. Yes, yes, yes. Like, what's the point? If you don't have anything to chase... Yeah, I know, right? With an Ash. I mean, I suppose, like, the Ashes of War can save a lot of bad weapons, but, you know, you could just always put it on a good weapon, and then what's the point? It's very sad. But, I don't know. It just, a lot of things are janky in this dang game. Why are they fighting? Are they fighting an invader? No, that's not an invader. I hear you loud and clear. And wrong one. What? Will he learn? Oh, I actually dodged it. Okay, time for gaming. Okay, that's enough What is that damage? Oh, shoot. But I got hit by the gold. 5 hull damage. Wow, 6. Yeah. That was on both of them too. I think they didn't get hit by like the actual flaming projectile. They got hit by like the spittle coming off of the projectile. Yeah. Yeah. I knew this was a meme, but it's a meme I'm very over now. Let's put it that way. I want to go back to an actually good weapon. Can we do that? No one's gonna complain about that, right? Let's get some actual poison here. A little damage. A little Ash of War damage. Yeah. That's much better. I think we've had enough silliness. That was also like a max level player. Gosh, freaking not max level, but at least level 100. At least beaten Ellen Beast. Son of a gun. Doing lots of spell damage. Because, yeah. Ooh, baby. Remember, folks, never use a weapon that sucks. That's how you lose. How I like parry. The first one I was an imperfect parry and I still ate 5 bajillion damage is the thing. Like, I get this is an unupgraded wooden shield, but like, real chunked. I have like really low lightning resist, especially in the rain. I like hitting. I mean, I know that you chunk people alive. You can hit them with retaliation. It was really sad that he dodged the second one. Oh gosh, could have been a punish if I was not an utter crap setup. True that. The first time I checked him, yeah. He was one hit away. Sephiroth. Don't tell me it's a Nagakiba user. I use flat on offhand whip on my sorcery build, but they slap for real. I believe it. This is close and short range. Okay. What do we have here? What do I have here? Hey, Sephiroth. Hey, governor. Oh, I thought I had the shield out. Whew. So anyway, he went for the blue first. Oh, he's a hybrid caster too. Gorgeous. Oh. Wow, he just missed the attack on purpose, huh? Very nice. Let's get the PvE involved. Alright, give me a nice slow projectile, come on. You know you want to. Come on. That was not what I wanted, yeah. Let's get a little MR. Ooh, a hybrid cat. Yep. Alright, set that off. Let's tango. You know what? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, he had a lot of levels, didn't he? You know, there's all sorts of flames in Elden Ring, right? There's the, yeah, at least Ring did. Thank goodness he only hit me a couple times. Gosh, that could have been scary. But yeah, you know, I'm not a lore expert, but I am given to understand that flame is significant in this game. You know, you have the giant's flame of ruin. You got the flame of frenzy. You got the ghost flame. You got the black flame. You got the flame of death. And then we have the most mysterious and unexplained flame of all, the freaking piss flame that these revenants are shooting out everywhere. I don't know what it signifies. I don't know what it means, but it's out there. And it saved my butt. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, Vadi explain. Maybe Smotown, because he actually makes videos regularly, or I don't know. Brother assist, yeah. Like the hosts can have their phantoms beat the game for them, and I can have the PvE beat the host for me. It's a reciprocal relationship of sorts. Cycle of life, yeah. It's a circle of life. You kill shitters, shitters kill you. It's the cycle of life. And it salts us all. Of course, the real circle of life is when I play with my fingers till I get an invasion. There we go. Heck yeah. If only I had like 20 levels of vigor. Then I could become truly powerful. And not die in one hit. Castle Morn. Oh, this is certainly a spot. Where are they? Supposed. They're upstairs. They're upstairs. I'm gonna gamble. Do a little gambling. Let's see. Miyazaki, I ask you, why? I love Invades. I just wish I was working towards something. Runark's. Yeah, it's true. I mean, to be fair, if you're doing one of these challenges, the Runarks can be legitimately useful for a boss fight or two. I did need them for Elden Beast, but yeah, it really is garbage. Like, DSC Covenants had. I mean, even DC Covenants are kind of. At some point, you're just like, okay. Oh wait, is it? Oh, it's the guy from earlier. Let's just press buttons. It is the honest play from earlier. Remember, he had the fat rolling pumpkin head. Had it dual. What duel? Dual Charms, the undead match. Did that guy try to duel me? I guess he did. He was very honorable. He let me buff up. Did he use a taunt this time? I don't know. I don't think I can tell. I don't think he did though. Maybe he did. If he did, that's very cool of him. But he doesn't strike. He didn't strike me as the experienced PvPer type, which I feel is the kind of person who would. Oh man, if only more than one greatsword had the poke R2, right? If only. If only. Yeah, Runark's... Also, it just would have been nice to have everything tied to factions. It probably was early in development and they just had to cut it for time. But yeah, it's such a shame. Like... And I wish... You know what would be really nice to have be a Covenant reward in this game? Is Starlight Shards. Because people, I mean, apart from, you know, it would be nice if we could just buy them, but people eat them up like candy in Invasions if they have stacks. But for people like me, I would not. Would I ever consider going down to rune level 1? I would definitely consider doing a Wretch Invader. Absolutely. Yeah, you eat up Starlight Shards. I don't, only because, you know, I'm on a no muling policy, and it's literally it's impossible to get those without muling, basically, unless you want to do like 3 invasions and an entire save file. It's disgusting. Or at least 3 before resetting a save, which kind of defeats the point, I feel. Otherwise, you run out of use. Yeah. You know what would be really nice is if you could transform rune arcs into other items. Like if they were a currency. Cause then you could be like, yeah, I want to convert my rune arcs into something I can actually use in an invasion, like Starlight Shards or ultimate upgrade materials. If you have like 10 of them, I don't know. That'd be really cool. A rune arc shop, yeah, that would actually be super cool. Which makes it even more sad that they don't have it. Oh, this guy looks like he's Tantra's tongued. Again, the old R1 gaming. He's been bamboozled. He was the victim of the Dark Souls 3 quality. He's a victim of the Dark Souls 3 design weapon art in Dark Souls 4. Oh, I feel so bad for him, dude. It's like, yes, this weapon has a weapon art. I should use it to win the duel. Big mistake. This is a Dark Souls 3 weapon, my dude. It's literally just a bastard sword with a high crit and lower scaling. Unfortunate. Duels. Well, yeah, and I don't know. But I feel like if hosts offer duels and they're not twinked out, I do it. I take it. Although it wasn't exactly fair to him, regardless, because Compared to him, I'm clearly tweaked out. Healed in a deal, yeah. It's fine. He looked like someone. He looked like someone who could become cool one day. Hosts like that are precious because they're taunters tugging. They're trying to fight people. That's why I didn't spam weapon art on him. Try to teach him a little about spacing and when not to use the weapon art, which is in the case of stamp. It's never. Take it off of that thing. Oh, I feel so sorry for the host. Not cause he deserved to win that or anything. He didn't understand. Now you have to pull out a berserk sword with an RKR and crouch poke him to death. Oh no, that's. I'm genuinely bad at crouch poking. I should probably practice, but that's a little brutal. I wonder how he's made it this far. Like, hasn't he been sworn by Spooku fun builds yet? I don't know. Honestly, I feel like crouch poke. Well, no. I'll temper this by saying I've only been invaded by a few, or I've only invaded a few, but I feel like crouch pokes are actually modestly easy to deal with. Maybe it's just because the players I played against were very predictable, and I'm not saying like, oh yeah, if G9 came into my world, I would totally survive for more than 3 seconds. Like, nah, but I feel like if you stick close and like rotate on them, they can have a hard time even with their pretty decent tracking. I'm far more scared of Vikes users. Okay, what are they using? They look like they're using melee. Hey, it's the pumpkin guy. Oh, they're playing together and my game froze. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, these guys are co-oping together. You know what? No. No. Wait. I'm gonna drop some stuff. They're precious, honest co-opers. They're cool folks. And I'll swap to something fun to fight them. What can I do? Nah, what? They don't want my balls? What do you mean? Oh, that blew up in his face. uh, Now how to use consumables? I don't know, but I feel warm and fuzzy when I see people like this on the inside. I already killed them enough. I should let them win once in a while. That way someone can invade them later on down the line when they keep playing. Hopefully. I mean, when I see these, these honest hosts, I just don't get filled with the rage that I do when I see over-leveled phantoms. I still remember, I still feel the guilt from back when I first started doing invasions. Is in the last days of DS3 before the servers closed, right? For before Elden Ring, and I was just doing like fair, trying to get the fair and stuff. They hunt me down on site. I know, right? You could tell those guys were cool because they actually figured out I was gonna drop them stuff eventually. I've definitely had to kill a few hosts on stream that they couldn't figure it out. The hosts that are too stupid to live, unfortunately. But yeah, I remember I was doing the whole Fair and Keep Covenant and the Watchdogs, and I happened upon a host who was like running out of that little room with the werewolves or whatever. I dropped like these stuff. Look, some of us don't have stacks. Huge user. It was toxic. Probably still kind of is, but I don't know. It's just less cancer in some ways than this game. But what I was saying is, so I come into this guy's world, and like, he looks at me, I look at him, he's not full health. And I was like, hey, buddy, you want to drink an Estus? So I chug an Estus. And then he goes to try to chug an Estus, shakes it out, it's empty. And he just looks at me. And I can tell, it's like, do we have to do this? And I was like, I'm sorry. I really need the sword grass. And so I killed him. And ever since that day, I just feel a little guilty. Everyone uses Murky. I don't know. Even today, like, yeah. Yeah. Even today, though, like, I've been doing a little bit of Dark Souls 3 invasions, like, at Pontiff, and Wind Spear, hell yeah. I need to go farm up one for my invaders. But I will say, like, even today, I have not seen any Murkies in the wild. I feel I was like the only person I've actually seen use a Murky, and I didn't really use a Murky. I just waved it around as a meme and then swapped off. Ooh. Wow! Thank you, Miyazaki. This is really close to where the toast was. What the heck? It's not even the closest location. It's not even horizontally close. What the heck? Random thought. You was one of the Murky users. Okay, buddy. Look here. I think if there's anything passive poise should exist for, it's that. So deal with the freaking dagger spam. Is there a way to store all items at once? I don't think so. I don't think there's a way to store all of them. Maybe there is. Oh, we will never find out. The invasion came too soon. Yeah. But I do wish it was a little bit more like Dark Souls 3 in this game, because the poise discrepancy hurts. I'm gonna pull out all your weapons in storage so you can set up swaps. Yeah. There might... Do you think think the host is underleveled. What a tease of a game, huh? Setup swaps. Honestly, it would be a huge quality of life improvement if they let you organize things in your storage without, like, just manually sort. It would be nice. Let's see if there's a way real fast. I don't think there is. Let's see, sort chest. Help. View controls. Doesn't look like it. I might be crazy, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like you have to do it manually, I'm afraid. It is a pain. Too bad. Ooh. Is that on? Oh, no. I'm not a huge fan of these Banished Knight looking ass. Not Banished Knight. No, what you call it. Oh. Interesting. That hit me? Oh, look at all the damage I don't do. Let's cause a little disorder and panic, huh? That worked out. Oh, he's running. How much did we get from that? Is it 2,400? Golly. Poor guy. Yeah. Look, he had his overleveled friend come in. We can't have that happen. Remember? And remember, no no overleveled phantoms. He's taking a nap. Oh, that's right. We gotta craft more warming stones. Thankfully, warming stones are super easy to craft. I mean, look at that. Sanctuary stones can be purchased. Smoldering butterflies, easy to get. Early flowers, easy to get. Love poise breaks, yeah. He's good. He's a good mechanic. If only it was possible to get on Great Shield users more consistently. If only they gave us back Icicle Spear as a useful Ash of War. Thanks. I guess it's determination or RKR, huh? RKR on Vulgar Militia Shotel. Or something of the sort. All I have to do. All I have to do. Blades of Culling. Yeah. I do like the Vulgar Militia weapons. They're super dope. I'll probably have to farm them up on this dude. Alright, they're halberds for one, which is just great. And having a halberd that does shield piercing damage is insane. Having a halberd that has built-in status is insane. It's just real nice. It's just real nice. I really like it. Bolt of Grand Sax. One of these days, because right now this is like part of the Prophet stream series, but I should just do a general invasion stream and take my other twinks out for a little invading. Because I can use Bolt of Grand Sax on the bandit. I could also use the Dragon Lord's Thrusting Sword, or whatever it's called. I should probably wind down the stream pretty soon, though, because I know I said this earlier, but it is pretty soon my bedtime. Yeah, Bandit too. That's good. Bandit's just great, unless you do Arcane and Dex. Although I feel like, yeah, I really do feel like Samurai's probably like objectively the best one, or pretty damn close to it. It says all the endurance, so you can equip whatever you want. Hey, here we go. Let's do one more invasion, and then I really should go to bed. But it's been great. I really do enjoy hanging out with the cool folks, the cool crowd of bad red mans. The stuff of champions, yes. If only my game won't crash, which it might. Oh, no, it's going. It's chugging along. We're there for a second. Okay, 420 something. Let's assume a mage. Let's do something a little cheeky. 5 million buffs. 5 million buffs is a go. Okay, I guess I'll just... Oh, a buddy. Well, how could you just... What is he doing? His best. Yes. Let's not get cheesed here. I've died to enough unsheaths to fear the R1 spammer. Whoa, he lived that. What the heck? I'm shocked. You know, they probably deserve better than that. But then again, they sprinted at me, so... Legitimate self-defense, right? Alright, we'll close it out on that one. Thanks for watching. It's been fun. I won't be able to stream all of the time. Oh, I have unread notifications. What is... Skip frames detected. 20... Lots of them, yes. Thank you. Thank you, game. Alright. Well, thanks for watching. Have a good night.